Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Cek 1 2 3 dicoba.
Students in developing the ability to collect, process, analyze, and present spatial data in digital form. This laboratory is integrated with all laboratories and geography courses that have output in the form of digital maps and spatial models. The laboratory aims to support the achievement of course learning outcome for the specification of GIS-1, GIS-2 basic remote sensing, and applied remote sensing courses. The Geography Information System Laboratory consists of 18 units of computers with high specifications and is equipped with mapping and spatial analysis software that is original licensed. Information System Laboratory consists of 18 units of computers that provide specifications. This is the Oceanography Laboratory. The tools are an echo sounder, which functions to measure the depth of the water, Daisy disk, which serves to observe the turbidity of the waters, tidal pole, which functions to observe the tides of the sea water, hand anemometer, that serves to observe the direction and level of wind speed, a vacuum pump that functions to remove water content in sand, soil, and mud samples. Oceanography Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, analyzing, and presenting oceanographic data so as to produce good and accurate oceanographic data analysis. Oceanography Laboratory is to support course learning outcomes of courses such as oceanography as well as coastal and marine area management. That aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, analyzing, and presenting oceanographic data so as to produce good and accurate oceanographic data. The Soil Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, analyze, and present soil data so as to produce good and accurate soil analysis, especially its physical and chemical properties. This laboratory supports several courses such as soil science, erosion and conservation, land evaluation, and environmental impact analysis. Existing facilities of soil laboratory in geography study program are soil drill, digital pH meter, soil sample rim, Erlenmeyer tube, farm food cupboard, spectrophotometer, vibratory shift shaker, whole house adventure analytical balance, and universal open UF75. Are soil drill, digital pH meter, soil sample.
The next laboratory is the Survey and Mapping Lab. The facilities consist of theodolite, total station and spirit level that functions for retrieval, drones, roll meters, compass sites, handheld GPS, and geodetic GPS. The Survey and Mapping Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, and analyze geosphere data that will be presented in a map. The Survey and Mapping Laboratory facilities for the Geography Department of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar will support such courses as cartography, handasa, photogrammetry, land evaluation, regional geography, map use, and environmental modeling courses, evaluation of land resources, regional and spatial analysis, conservation of natural resources, geomorphology of rivers and beaches, disaster mitigation, erosion, and conservation. The Water Quality Laboratory of of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, and analyze data on the quality of surface water, groundwater, as well as lakes and reservoirs. This laboratory supports learning outcomes for the subjects of basic hydrology, analysis of environmental impacts, geohydrology, water quality, hydrometeorology, limnology, and evaluation of water resources. The laboratory facilities include DO meter, portable pH meter, vertical water sample, and spectrophotometer. The Meteorology and Climatology Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, and analyzing meteorological and climatological data. This laboratory cooperates with the Meteorology and Climatology and Geophysics Agency of Pautere, Makassar City and Maros Regency. This laboratory supports several courses such as Meteorology and Climatology, Basic Hydrography, Applied Hydrometeorology, and Disaster Mitigation. The facilities of the Laboratory of Geology and Geomorphology includes a rock sample collection, geological compass, clinometer, rollermeter, sieve, geological hammer, and multi-channel resistivity field. The Geology and Geomorphology Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, and analyzing data related to rocks and landforms. This laboratory supports the courses of Basic Geology, Basic Geomorphology, Indonesian Geology, Mineralogy and Petrology, Field Structure Geology, Geohydrology, Environmental Geology, Applied Geomorphology, Disaster Mitigation, Erosion and Conservation.
Geography Laboratory. The laboratory consists of 7 rooms which ensure work safety. Geography Information System Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate students in developing the ability to collect, process, analyze, and present spatial data in digital form. This laboratory is integrated with all laboratories and geography courses that have output in the form of digital maps and spatial models. The laboratory aims to support the achievement of course learning outcome for the specification of GIS-1, GIS-2 Basic Remote Sensing, and Applied Remote Sensing courses. The Geography Information System Laboratory consists of 18 units of computers with high specifications and is equipped with mapping and spatial analysis software that is original licensed. This is the Oceanography Laboratory. The tools are an echo-sounder which functions to measure the depth of the water, Stacy disk which serves to observe the turbidity of the waters, tidal pole which functions to observe the tides of the sea water, hand anemometer that serves to observe the direction and level of wind speed, a vacuum pump that functions to remove water content in sand, soil, and mud samples. Oceanography Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, analyzing, and presenting oceanographic data so as to produce good and accurate oceanographic data analysis. Oceanography Laboratory is to support course learning outcomes of courses such as oceanography as well as coastal and marine area management. The Soil Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, analyze, and present soil data so as to produce good and accurate soil analysis, especially its physical and chemical properties. This laboratory supports several courses such as soil science, erosion and conservation, land evaluation, and environmental impact analysis. Existing facilities of soil laboratory in geography study program are soil drill, digital pH meter, soil sample rim, Erlenmeyer tube, farm hood cupboard, spectrophotometer, vibratory shift shaker, O-House Adventure Analytical Balance, and Universal Oven UF75.
The next laboratory is the Survey and Mapping Lab. The facilities consist of theodolite, total station and spirit level that functions for retrieval, drones, roll meters, compass sites, handheld GPS, and geodetic GPS. The Survey and Mapping Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, and analyze geosphere data that will be presented in a map. The Survey and Mapping Laboratory facilities for the Geography Department of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar will support such courses as cartography, handasa, photogrammetry, land evaluation, regional geography, map use, and environmental modeling courses. Evaluation of land resources, regional and spatial analysis, conservation of natural resources, geomorphology of rivers and beaches, disaster mitigation, erosion, and conservation. The Water Quality Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, and analyze data on the quality of surface water, groundwater, as well as lakes and reservoirs. This laboratory supports learning outcomes for the subjects of basic hydrology, analysis of environmental impacts, geohydrology, water quality, hydrometeorology, limnology, and evaluation of water resources. The laboratory facilities include DO meter, portable pH meter, vertical water sample, and spectrophotometer. The Meteorology and Climatology Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, and analyzing meteorological and climatological data. This laboratory cooperates with the Meteorology and Climatology and Geophysics Agency of Pautere, Makassar City and Maros Regency. This laboratory supports several courses such as Meteorology and Climatology, Basic Hydrography, Applied Hydrometeorology, and Disaster Mitigation. The facilities of the Laboratory of Geology and Geomorphology includes a rock sample collection, geological compass, clinometer, rollermeter, sieve, geological hammer, and multi-channel resistivity field. The Geology and Geomorphology Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, and analyzing data related to rocks and landforms. This laboratory supports the courses of Basic Geology, Basic Geomorphology, Indonesian Geology, Mineralogy and Petrology, Field Structure Geology, Geohydrology, Environmental Geology, Applied Geomorphology, Disaster Mitigation, Erosion and Conservation.
Geography Laboratory consists of 7 rooms which ensure work safety. Geography Information System Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate students in developing the ability to collect, process, analyze, and present spatial data in digital form. This laboratory is integrated with all laboratories and geography courses that have output in the form of digital maps and spatial models. The laboratory aims to support the achievement of course learning outcome for the specification of GIS-1, GIS-2 Basic Remote Sensing, and Applied Remote Sensing courses. The Geography Information System Laboratory consists of 18 units of computers with high specifications and is equipped with mapping and spatial analysis software that is original licensed. This is the Oceanography Laboratory. The tools are an echo-sounder which functions to measure the depth of the water, Stacy disk which serves to observe the turbidity of the waters, tidal pole which functions to observe the tides of the sea water, hand anemometer that serves to observe the direction and level of wind speed, a vacuum pump that functions to remove water content in sand, soil, and mud samples. Oceanography Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, analyzing, and presenting oceanographic data so as to produce good and accurate oceanographic data analysis. Oceanography Laboratory is to support course learning outcomes of courses such as oceanography as well as coastal and marine area management. The Soil Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, analyze, and present soil data so as to produce good and accurate soil analysis, especially its physical and chemical properties. This laboratory supports several courses such as soil science, erosion and conservation, land evaluation, and environmental impact analysis. Existing facilities of soil laboratory in geography study program are soil drill, digital pH meter, soil sample rim, Erlenmeyer tube, foam hood cupboard, spectrophotometer, vibratory shift shaker, all-house adventure analytical balance, and universal oven UF75.
The next laboratory is the Survey and Mapping Lab. The facilities consist of theodolite, total station and spirit level that functions for retrieval, drones, wall meters, compass sites, handheld GPS, and geodetic GPS. The Survey and Mapping Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, and analyze geospatial data that will be presented in a map. The Survey and Mapping Laboratory facilities for the Geography Department of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar will support such courses as cartography, handasa, photogrammetry, land evaluation, regional geography, map use, and environmental modeling courses, evaluation of land resources, regional and spatial analysis, conservation of natural resources, geomorphology of rivers and beaches, disaster mitigation, erosion, and conservation. The Water Quality Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, and analyze data on the quality of surface water, groundwater, as well as lakes and reservoirs. This laboratory supports learning outcomes for the subjects of basic hydrology, analysis of environmental impacts, geohydrology, water quality, hydrometeorology, limnology, and evaluation of water resources. Laboratory facilities include biometer, portable pH meter, vertical water sample, and spectrophotometer. The Meteorology and Climatology Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, and analyzing meteorological and climatological data. This laboratory cooperates with the Meteorology and Climatology and Geophysics Agency of Pautere, Makassar City and Maros Regency. This laboratory supports several courses such as Meteorology and Climatology, Basic Hydrography, Applied Hydrometeorology, and Disaster Mitigation. The facilities of the Laboratory of Geology and Geomorphology includes rock sample collection, geological compass, clinometer, rolorimeter, sieve, geological hammer, and multi-channel resistivity field. The Geology and Geomorphology Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, and analyzing data related to rocks and landforms. This laboratory supports the courses of Basic Geology, Basic Geomorphology, Indonesian Geology, Mineralogy and Petrology, Field Structure Geology, Geohydrology, Environmental Geology, Applied Geomorphology, Disaster Mitigation, Erosion and Conservation.
consists of 7 rooms which ensure work safety. Geography Information System Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate students in developing the ability to collect, process, analyze, and present spatial data in digital form. This laboratory is integrated with all laboratories and geography courses that have output in the form of digital maps and spatial models. The laboratory aims to support the achievement of course learning outcome for the specification of GIS-1, GIS-2 Basic Remote Sensing, and Applied Remote Sensing courses. The Geography Information System Laboratory consists of 18 units of computers with high specifications and is equipped with mapping and spatial analysis software that is original licensed. This is the Oceanography Laboratory. The tools are an echo-sounder which functions to measure the depth of the water, Stacy disk which serves to observe the turbidity of the waters, tidal pole which functions to observe the tides of the sea water, hand anemometer that serves to observe the direction and level of wind speed, a vacuum pump that functions to remove water content in sand, soil, and mud samples. Oceanography Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, analyzing, and presenting oceanographic data so as to produce good and accurate oceanographic data analysis. Oceanography Laboratory is to support course learning outcomes of courses such as oceanography as well as coastal and marine area management. The Soil Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, analyze, and present soil data so as to produce good and accurate soil analysis, especially its physical and chemical properties. This laboratory supports several courses such as soil science, erosion and conservation, land evaluation, and environmental impact analysis. Existing facilities of soil laboratory in geography study program are soil drill, digital pH meter, soil sample rim, Erlenmeyer tube, foam hood cupboard, spectrophotometer, vibratory shift shaker, all-house adventure analytical balance, and universal oven UF75.
The next laboratory is the Survey and Mapping Lab. The facilities consist of theodolite, total station and spirit level that functions for retrieval, drones, wall meters, compass sites, handheld GPS, and geodetic GPS. The Survey and Mapping Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, and analyze geospatial data that will be presented in a map. The Survey and Mapping Laboratory facilities for the Geography Department of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar will support such courses as cartography, Handasa, photogrammetry, land evaluation, regional geography, map use, and environmental modeling courses. Evaluation of land resources, regional and spatial analysis, conservation of natural resources, geomorphology of rivers and beaches, The Water Quality Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, and analyze data on the quality of surface water, groundwater, as well as lakes and reservoirs. This laboratory supports learning outcomes for the subjects of basic hydrology, analysis of environmental impacts, geohydrology, water quality, hydrometeorology, limnology, and evaluation of water resources. Laboratory facilities include DO meter, portable pH meter, vertical water sample, and spectrophotometer. The Meteorology and Climatology Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, and analyzing meteorological and climatological data. This laboratory cooperates with the Meteorology and Climatology and Geophysics Agency of Pautere, Makassar City and Maros Regency. This laboratory supports several courses such as Meteorology and Climatology, Basic Hydrography, Applied Hydrometeorology, and Disaster Mitigation. The facilities of the Laboratory of Geology and Geomorphology includes rock sample collection, geological compass, clinometer, rollermeter, sieve, geological hammer, and multi-channel resistivity field. The Geology and Geomorphology Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, and analyzing data related to rocks and landforms. This laboratory supports the courses of Basic Geology, Basic Geomorphology, Indonesian Geology, Mineralogy and Petrology, Field Structure Geology, Geohydrology, Environmental Geology, Applied Geomorphology, Disaster Mitigation, Erosion and Conservation.
Geography laboratory consists of 7 rooms which ensure work safety. Geography Information System Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate students in developing the ability to collect, process, analyze, and present spatial data in digital form. This laboratory is integrated with all laboratories and geography courses that have output in the form of digital maps and spatial models. The laboratory aims to support the achievement of course learning outcome for the specification of GIS-1, GIS-2 Basic Remote Sensing, and Applied Remote Sensing courses. The Geography Information System Laboratory consists of 18 units of computers with high specifications and is equipped with mapping and spatial analysis software that is original licensed. This is the Oceanography Laboratory. The tools are an echo-sounder which functions to measure the depth of the water, Stacy disk which serves to observe the turbidity of the waters, tidal pole which functions to observe the tides of the sea water, hand anemometer that serves to observe the direction and level of wind speed, a vacuum pump that functions to remove water content in sand, soil, and mud samples. Oceanography Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, analyzing, and presenting oceanographic data so as to produce good and accurate oceanographic data analysis. Oceanography Laboratory is to support course learning outcomes of courses such as oceanography as well as coastal and marine area management. The Soil Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, analyze, and present soil data so as to produce good and accurate soil analysis, especially its physical and chemical properties. This laboratory supports several courses such as soil science, erosion and conservation, land evaluation, and environmental impact analysis. Existing facilities of soil laboratory in geography study program are soil drill, digital pH meter, soil sample rim, Erlenmeyer tube, farm hood cupboard, spectrophotometer, vibratory shift shaker, O-House Adventure Analytical Balance, and Universal Oven UF75.
The next laboratory is the Survey and Mapping Lab. The facilities consist of theodolite, total station and spirit level that functions for retrieval, drones, wall meters, compass sites, handheld GPS, and geodetic GPS. The Survey and Mapping Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, and analyze geospatial data that will be presented in a map. The Survey and Mapping Laboratory facilities for the Geography Department of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar will support such courses as cartography, handasa, photogrammetry, land evaluation, regional geography, map use, and environmental modeling courses, evaluation of land resources, regional and spatial analysis, conservation of natural resources, geomorphology of rivers and beaches, disaster mitigation, erosion, and conservation. The Water Quality Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, and analyze data on the quality of surface water, groundwater, as well as lakes and reservoirs. This laboratory supports learning outcomes for the subjects of basic hydrology, analysis of environmental impacts, geohydrology, water quality, hydrometeorology, limnology, and evaluation of water resources. Laboratory facilities include biometer, portable pH meter, vertical water sample, and spectrophotometer. The Meteorology and Climatology Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, and analyzing meteorological and climatological data. This laboratory cooperates with the Meteorology and Climatology and Geophysics Agency of Pauteret, Makassar City and Maros Regency. This laboratory supports several courses such as Meteorology and Climatology, Basic Hydrography, Applied Hydrometeorology, and Disaster Mitigation. The facilities of the Laboratory of Geology and Geomorphology includes a rock sample collection, geological compass, clinometer, rolorimeter, sieve, geological hammer, and multi-channel resistivity field. The Geology and Geomorphology Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, and analyzing data related to rocks and landforms. This laboratory supports the courses of Basic Geology, Basic Geomorphology, Indonesian Geology, Mineralogy and Petrology, Field Structure Geology, Geohydrology, Environmental Geology, Applied Geomorphology, Disaster Mitigation, Erosion and Conservation.
Geography laboratory consists of 7 rooms which ensure work safety. Geography Information System Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate students in developing the ability to collect, process, analyze, and present spatial data in digital form. This laboratory is integrated with all laboratories and geography courses that have output in the form of digital maps and spatial models. The laboratory aims to support the achievement of course learning outcome for the specification of GIS-1, GIS-2 basic remote sensing, and applied remote sensing courses. The Geography Information System Laboratory consists of 18 units of computers with high specifications and is equipped with mapping and spatial analysis software that is original license. This is the Oceanography Laboratory. The tools are an echo sounder which functions to measure the depth of the water, Stacy disk which serves to observe the turbidity of the waters, tidal pole which functions to observe the tides of the sea water, hand anemometer that serves to observe the direction and level of wind speed, a vacuum pump that functions to remove water content in sand, soil, and mud samples. Oceanography Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, analyzing, and presenting oceanographic data so as to produce good and accurate oceanographic data analysis. Oceanography Laboratory is to support course learning outcomes of courses such as oceanography as well as coastal and marine area management. The Soil Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, analyze, and present soil data so as to produce good and accurate soil analysis, especially its physical and chemical properties. This laboratory supports several courses such as soil science, erosion and conservation, land evaluation, and environmental impact analysis. Existing facilities of soil laboratory in geography study program are soil drill, digital pH meter, soil sample rim, Erlenmeyer tube, from wood cupboard, spectrophotometer, vibratory shift shaker, O-House Adventure Analytical Balance, and Universal Oven UF75.
The next laboratory is the Survey and Mapping Lab. The facilities consist of theodolite, total station and spirit level that functions for retrieval, drones, wall meters, compass sites, handheld GPS, and geodetic GPS. The Survey and Mapping Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, and analyze geospatial data that will be presented in a map. The Survey and Mapping Laboratory facilities for the Geography Department of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Universitas Negeri Makassar will support such courses as cartography, handasa, photogrammetry, land evaluation, regional geography, map use, and environmental modeling courses. Evaluation of land resources, regional and spatial analysis, conservation of natural resources, geomorphology of rivers and beaches, disaster mitigation, erosion, and conservation. The Water Quality Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop the ability to collect, process, and analyze data on the quality of surface water, groundwater, as well as lakes and reservoirs. This laboratory supports learning outcomes for the subjects of basic hydrology, analysis of environmental impacts, geohydrology, water quality, hydrometeorology, limnology, and evaluation of water resources. The laboratory facilities include DO meter, portable pH meter, vertical water sample, and spectrophotometer. The Meteorology and Climatology Laboratory of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Makassar, is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, and analyzing meteorological and climatological data. This laboratory cooperates with the Meteorology and Climatology and Geophysics Agency of Pautere, Makassar City and Maros Regency. This laboratory supports several courses such as Meteorology and Climatology, Basic Hydrography, Applied Hydrometeorology, and Disaster Mitigation. The facilities of the Laboratory of Geology and Geomorphology includes rock sample collection, geological compass, clinometer, rollermeter, sieve, geological hammer, and multi-channel resistivity field. The Geology and Geomorphology Laboratory is a laboratory that aims to facilitate and develop students' abilities in collecting, processing, and analyzing data related to rocks and landforms. This laboratory supports the courses of Basic Geology, Basic Geomorphology, Indonesian Geology, Mineralogy and Petrology, Field Structure Geology, Geohydrology, Environmental Geology, Applied Geomorphology, Disaster Mitigation, Erosion and Conservation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, Mr. Professor Dr. Insinyur Hussein Syam, MTP IPU, ASEAN Engineering, the Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, Mr. Professor Dr. Hasnawi Haris, MHUM, the Honorable Dean Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Mr. Dr. Andes Wardi Anas, MSc, PhD, the Honorable Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Makassar, the Honorable Head of Department of Geography, Mathematics and Science, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Mr. Ucha SSI, MP PhD, the Honorable Chairman of ICGEE 2022, Mr. Muhammad Rais Abidin, MPD, the Honorable Lecturer of Geography Department, the Honorable Invited Guest or our keynote speaker, Professor Technologist Professional Dato Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan Toriman from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Mr. Rafinas Rohit Prasad, PhD from Fiji National University, Republic of Fiji, Mr. Dr. Michel Iri Chavez from National Institute for Space Research, Brazil, Mr. Michael Woolworth, PhD from Martin Luther, Universitat Halle-Wittenberg, Germany, the Honorable Presenter, Participant, and Committee of International Conference on Geoscience, Environment, and Education 2022. It is a great honor to welcome you on International Conference on Geoscience, Environment, and Education 2022. With the theme Application of Geography Study for Environmental Sustainability, which is held by Department of Geography, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Makassar by virtual meeting. First of all, let us praise to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing, we are able to attend this event. Secondly, may peace be upon to the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the brightness era. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Aulia Zidni Ananda and will be the moderator today. The first agenda is opening. Let's open this event by reading Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The second agenda is for ethnic traditional dance performance by geography student. For ethnic dance representing 4 tribes in South Sulawesi, Makassar, Bugis, Mandar, and Toraja. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the show.
Diriku rasa
The Honorable Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science and Head of Department of Geography, please welcome to the stage. The third agenda is singing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya, led by Koima Doima Tunakma. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Please have a seat. The fourth agenda is opening praying, led by Irwansha MSc. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our heads for a moment, pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa aqwata fil jasadi wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa tawbatan qabla al-maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. ولوالدينا وللمسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات إنك سميع قريب مجيب الدعوات يا قاضي الحاجات. For Allah, today, Tuesday, November 29, 2022. In this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about an international conference on geoscience, environment, and education. The theme is application of geography study on environment sustainability. Make this international conference as the school size assembly as a medium of sharing school ideas, knowledge, and experience of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference be organized today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, share our ideas, and lead us to be successful practical persons, which in turn will boost dignity of our nation. Oh Allah, guide and bless our heart with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our mind clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are equal to the blessed persons. Oh Allah, protect us from unintended temptation, show us the right path, and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Equally, show us and make it clear the bad things, and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. Oh Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin, amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The fifth agenda are welcome remarks. First, we would like to invite Chairman of ICGEE 2022, Mr. Muhammad Rais Abidin, MPD, to deliver the report of this event. Time is yours.
The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, Mr. Profesor Dr. Insinyur Hussein Sam, MTP ASEAN Engineering. The Honorable the Vice Rector, Mr. Profesor Hasnawi Haris MHum. The Honorable Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Makassar. The Honorable the Head of Department of Geography, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Mr. Ucha SSI, MTB, PhD. The Honorable all keynote speaker, the Honorable all of the lecture of Department Geography, the Honorable all organizing committee, the Honorable all the participants and presenters who are taking part in this international conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to deliver greetings to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has given us opportunity and health in order to be able to attend this meeting in very good condition. Secondly, I would like to welcome all of you in this seminar. the background of this seminar, as we know that planet Earth is a system that is very essential to the human life. Geography plays a significant role in studying the similarity and the differences of geosphere phenomena with environmental perspective in a spatial context. Recently, our planet Earth has been experiencing so many consequences because of the increasing of human population and excessive use of natural resources that lead in the change of the global environment. For example, climate change, increasing sea level rise, human populations, degradation of land and ecosystem, loss of species, and many more about the environmental issue. So regarding to this issue, the Department of Geography, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, University of Makassar, initiated the first international conference on geoscience, environment, and education. This international forum provide an excellent seminar in order to all academic, all the research to express their knowledge, their insight, their findings, and also the research in order to find the best and the novel solution in order to combat the so many environmental issues. Thirdly, I would like to report some information about this conference. First, our conference attended by 4 keynote speakers from 4 different countries. And the second one, the presenter of this conference is not only from Indonesia but also from international presenter from Ethiopia, Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, and Finlandia. And the last, the participant, more than 300 coming from variety university in Indonesia, virtually and offline. And finally, in making this event successfully, all the organizing committee has been committed to work hard and contribute to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present you the first international conference on geoscience, environment, and education. May this event be conducted and contribute successfully. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, we would like to request Dean's Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Makassar, to deliver welcoming speech. Time is yours.
Baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar and today represented by Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Mr. Professor Dr. Hasnawi Haris MPU. Terima kasih Prof. Pavel satu. Maaf. Ini dalam kesibukan kami ganggu. And then the honorable our keynote speakers today, we have Professor Tan Sri Dato Dr. Muhammad Ekwan Haja Tuliman, University of Bangsa Malaysia UKM. Makasih Pak Rektor. Ini Rektor UKM langsung. Ya. And then we have Dr. Mitchell P.D. Jeffers from National Institute for Space Research, Brazil. Thank you very much for joining our conference. And then we have Mitchell Warren PhD from Martin Luther University and Winterberg, Germany. Thank you very much. And then we have Rafinas Rohit Prasad PhD from Fiji National University, Fiji. Thank you very much. And then we have keynote speaker also, Abdul Malik PhD. Stand up, please. Yes, thank you very much. From Department of Geography, University of Makassar. And the Honorable All Vice Head of Department and Professor and Lecturer in the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science. The Honorable All Coordination Committee, the Honorable all present and participants joining this conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to all keynote speakers for accepting our invitation to share the research findings and the best practices at the first international conference on geoscience, environment, and education. We say ICGEE 2022, organized by Geography Department, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, State University of Makassar. It's just our honor for our institution to welcome our distinguished professional academics and researchers from 4 different countries in this conference held by our faculty. And also, just the head of committee reported that participants of this conference are not only from Indonesia, but also international participants from Brunei Darussalam, Ethiopia, Indonesia, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, this international conference is not only expected to be forum to disseminate the latest research findings in the field of science, geography, and education, but is also expected to be a networking forum to develop more collaboration among researchers, academics, practitioners, stakeholders, school teachers, and also graduate students who involved in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, I am very grateful and happy with implementation the ICGEE 2022 event, because this event will support the vision and mission of FIPA UNA in the form of effort to develop various multidisciplinary research as well as study development in the field of mathematics and natural science. Kami tentu sebagai dekan, kami melakukan Bapak Bersatu sangat mengapresiasi kegiatan ini, bahwa ini akan semakin menambah ya atmosfer ilmiah dan akademik di dalam hidup. Betapa tidak yang Bapak Bersatu dalam 1 bulan ini 3 kali terus conference ya, dan alhamdulillah semuanya dibuka oleh Pak Bersatu. Terima kasih Prof. Jadi betul-betul ini minggu sibuk 3 kali juga bulan ini visitasi Lam Sampah dan Mandi. Betul-betul gula yang sangat, tetapi ini semua semakin membuat spirit oleh kita untuk bekerja. Insya Allah Ibu Bapak sekalian, Pak Bersatu, insya Allah kalau saya ditakdirkan menjadi misi MIPA sebagai calon dekan 2022, kami akan menyusul yaitu membangun inovasi, kreativitas, kompetisi dan kerjasama untuk memperkuat kemandirian FMIP. Dan kami mengajak kita semua, terutama pimpinan fakultas, jurusan ada fisika dan teman-teman yang lain, untuk kita betul-betul siap menyusun MIPA, informasi MIPA ke depan. Ya, seiring dengan Indonesia Emas ya 2045, dan tentu UNM kita harus betul-betul memberikan kontribusi besar yang berarti. Ya, saya lanjut. Oleh karena itu, therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the organizing committee for organizing the ICGEE to 2020. It would be an excellent platform to disseminate our finding research related to science, geography, and education. And besides that, ICGEE 2022 will become a forum for researchers to combine their ideas from both the local and international level, so that various research models are obtained to support environmental sustainability. And then finally, please enjoy your time during the conference session today. Dan sebelum saya mengakhiri, saya atas nama Sivitas Akademi MIPA memohon sejam Bapak Luhut untuk memberi sambutan sekaligus membuka konferensi ini. Thank you very much for all. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Din, for welcoming speech. Now, it is a great honor. We would like to request Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, Professor Dr. Hasnawi Haris, M.Hum, to open this conference officially. Time is yours, Professor.
Baik, terima kasih. Thank you for Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera dan salam sehat untuk kita semua. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable, our keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan Toriman from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Dr. Michelle Ede Chaves from National Institute for Space Research, Brazil, Michael Walrat, PhD from Martin Luther Universitat Halle Wittenberg, Germany, Rafines Rohit Prasad, PhD from Fiji National University. The Honorable all presenters and participants joining in the international conference. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all keynote speakers for their willingness to share their research findings and insight at the first international conference in Geoscience, Environment and Education, ICGEE 2022, organized by Geography Department of MIPA Universitas Negeri Makassar. This international seminar will positively impact academic researchers and teachers in the geography field because this conference will provide opportunities for both researchers and educators to discuss the current research findings and issues in science, geography, and education. It is an honor to host this event through a collaboration with several international higher education institutions from Germany, Fiji, Malaysia, and Brazil. Behind the implementation of this conference, there is hard work and commitment from the organizing committee. Thus, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee and all organizations supporting this event. Finally, I would like to congratulate all researchers and educators for participating in this international conference. We hope this conference will also be a starting point for future collaboration among participants joining this event. Most importantly, we hope this event can benefit all of us, particularly for the improvement of the quality of research and education in the field of geography. As the Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar, I will open of this conference, officially open it by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks to Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Makassar for the enlightening speech and for the officially opening this conference. Before we move to the next agenda, we have time 10 minutes to break. So that it's time to break, I hope all audience back to our next agenda on time. Thank you. Let's have a break. Please we are going to the main agenda, presentation by keynote speakers, including question and answer segment, that moderated by Mr. Abdul Malik, PhD. Abdul Malik, PhD, is a lecturer in the Department of Geography, Universitas Negeri Makassar. He graduated his bachelor and magister in oceanography from Universitas Hasanuddin, Indonesia, and completed his PhD in geography from University of Copenhagen, Denmark. He takes responsibility for teaching, preparation, and execution, participating in many scientific events, both national and international. His research focuses on mangrove forest degradation, remote sensing, biodiversity, ecosystem, service and economic valuation, and marine. He also is a reviewer of some journal reputation from some country, and he is a member of Indonesia Society for Remote Sensing, ISRS, or Masyarakat Penginderaan Jauh, MAPIN Indonesia. Mr. Abdul Malik, PhD, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And welcome back to the second section of this conference. And this conference is ICGEE, International Conference on Geoscience, Environment, and Education. Okay, and I am Abdul Malik, and I am going to be as moderator for this section. Environment sustainability is one of the big issue and big challenge in this century, and like climate change, deforestation, and water pollution and air pollution, biodiversity loss are some of the environmental issue, and this issue is faced to many countries in the world. And we believe every country is struggling for this issue. And our department of faculty and university will give a positive contribution from this conference. And I would like to information for all the audience and in this room and also in Zoom meeting room. And this section have 2 hours times, and each of speaker will talk about his topic, their topic in 30 minutes. And after that, we open for the discussion section around the 50 minutes. And today we have 4 speakers. They are Professor Dato Muhammad Ehwan Haji Toriman from University Kebangsaan of Malaysia, and then Michael Warwood, PhD from Martin Luther University, Germany, and then Dr. Michel E.D. Savas from the National Institute for Space Research, Brazil. And the last, Dr. Rafinas Rohit Prasad, is from Fiji National University. I'm going to invite for the first speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ehwan Toriman. And I would like to read for his profile. Dato Dr. Muhammad Ehwan Toriman is a professor in environmental hydrology in river water quality modeling research, Center for Social Development Environment, University Kebangsaan of Malaysia. He received his first degree honor from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Master of Science from Manchester University, United Kingdom, and his PhD from the University of Newcastle upon Tyne, United Kingdom. He has published more than 150 journal paper. Oh, so a lot of journal indexed by Web of Science and Scopus, and also 70 books and chapter in books, and 135 proceeding in national and international conference. And his publication include an expertise in urban river modeling, flooding and floodplain analysis, environment sustainability, and water quality modeling. Prof. Dr. Muhammad Ehwan Toriman, please, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam Universiti Watan. Pertamanya saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pihak penganjur kerana sudi menjemput saya sebagai salah seorang pengucap utama di dalam First International Conference on Geoscience, Environment and Education 2022. Izinkan saya meneruskan pembentangan pada hari ini di dalam bahasa Inggeris. First, I would like to greetings all of you, especially Professor Dr. Insinyur Hussein Syam, Rektor Universitas Negeri Makassar, Mr. Suwardi Anas, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Negeri Makassar, all keynote speakers and all participants. Today, I will deliver my talk on the preparation of the National Water Policy Draft from the perspective of water disaster risk management. Ladies and gentlemen, good water resources have been the basis of socio-economic development of the countries. Urbanizations, growth of population, and industrializations are among the factors that put pressure on water resources, besides contributing to the rising water pollutions. Environmental sustainability is part of our responsibility in conserving natural resources and protect global ecosystems to support these societies' health and well-being. At the same time, urbanization is attractive to many people because it gives opportunities to improve their quality of life. We have to fulfill the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future. Since urbanization does not bring immediate impacts on the environment, the fundamental elements of sustainability developments and environments need to be prioritized in order to conserve the natural resources and to protect the current and future health and well-being of the global ecosystems. Generally, sustainable developments and environmental management can be implemented through two approaches, which are structural and non-structural managements. In this study, I would like to share with you a non-structured research approach has been carried out involving preparations of policy papers that is directly related to the environment and sustainable developments. National Water Policy, or in short, NWP, is a new policy to unify water resources management, water supply services, and sewerage services. This policy is important in ensuring water sufficiency for every sector, as well as identifying new approaches in treating and using wastewater, such as grey water and sludge from industry and urban drainage. This policy can help the federal and state governments in managing water for the benefits of the people and the environment. And this policy also ensures that the decisions made during the preparation of development plans, emergency plans, and land developments and other activities are taken into account in a holistic water management manners. Let me share with you what is actually the 4 objectives of this paper. there are actually 4 that I want to share with you. The first one is to strengthen the framework policy, ensuring comprehensive and thoroughness. The second one is to ensure that the water resources management sector, water supply services, and sewerage services are managed in an integrated manner. And the third one is to ensure guaranteed water supply, especially for the use in industry, agriculture, domestics, and environmental sector. And finally, to prepare a new policy that contains action plans and national targets based on the current scenarios and emerging issues related to water management. Ladies and gentlemen, when we're talking about the water issue especially in Malaysia, there are a couple of key factors that we need to address. Apart from the use of the water, we also need to address all the elements such as legislations, urban and regional planning, environmental management, climate change, technology management, agriculture, dams, and reservoirs, which is very important that all these elements should be in the manner of availability of sufficient, optimal, and long-term clean water resources. This is actually the keynotes why we need this water policy, especially in the national level. Again, when we talk about these kind of elements, one of the key that we need to focusing is the part of integrations, especially in terms of water resources management. And of course, we know that in the water services, integration is difficult to achieve due to a number of agencies involved. This is true because in Malaysia, water management is not under the federal agency. It also under the state jurisdictions where every water sector should be managed under the states. However, based on the comparisons of the development countries, it is also possible with the establishment of an agency whose primary mission is to preserve water resources, and therefore it is more strategic to enforcement by agency with jurisdictions under states legislation is coordinated by the authority responsibility for water resources preservations, such as the water regulatory agencies and the state water boards. So in the state level, the function of the water body is a very important in order to manage especially the water of especially the raw and the treated water. So this actually need a lot of collaboration between the state government and the federal agency. That is why we need one of the best platform that we need to integrate those elements in terms of water management. Now, I try to emphasize what is actually the experimental design in this paper when we try to work out on the national water policies. And of course, in any empirical studies, the most important thing is how you want to develop the best experimental design or methodologies that can fulfill the objectives and the scope of work. So in these studies, we have a couple of the information that we trigger, especially from the primary and the secondary data. So what we did is in terms of environment and sustainable development, there are a couple of the water sector that we need to emphasize and to get all the informations. So water, such as water resources departments, water supply department, and sewerage services department, we try to approach them to get a lot of information, especially in terms of raw data related to the water and water treatments management, right? So a part of the cross-check existing policies that has been carried out between October to December 2021, then our team also approached some of the key person in the water resources departments in the state and water supply departments, especially to deal with some of these state agencies, related agencies, between January to April 2022. And finally, we come up with the focus group discussions, activities with water-related stakeholders. And this takes quite a couple of times between January to April 2022. And from all these informations, coupling from the primary and secondary resources, we come up with a SWOT analysis to to find out what is the weaknesses, what is actually the benefits when we develop these national water policies. Now, quite surprisingly, when we did these studies, especially when it involved the state governments, semi-autonomous governments related to water resources. And again, before we want to come up with these policies, which become a national policy, there are a couple of cross policy that has been developed previously by the Malaysian governments. Apart from them, that we did all the cross check, including the 12 Malaysian plans 2021-2025. We have also studies on the national policies on forest plannings, forest national physical plans, sustainable development goals 2030s, and a couple of the policies that has been approved by the national governments to improve the water management, especially in the Malaysian perspective. So in these studies, what we did is over 6 or 7 months, we tried to engage as many as state governments related to the water management sector. In these studies, Alhamdulillah, we managed to get with 14 state governments. We also engagement with the 25 agencies under federal governments, and the last we engaged with the 5 private agencies and industrial player, which is related to the water sector in Malaysia. On the SWOT analysis, based on opportunities, there are 2 elements that we need to really strengthen, especially in terms of integrated and comprehensive engagement among all stakeholders. In Malaysia, the good things is the commonality between all the stakeholders is on the high level. We have to agree that some of the important element that we discussed is very important for every stakeholders to understand and to come up with a very good decisions. On top of that, also periodic assessment according to the standard methods that are suitable for Malaysian climates. This is a good opportunities in terms of developing this water sector plan, especially to come out with the good parameters and to be suit with the national agendas. Because in Malaysia, there are a couple of parameters and measurement might be different between state and the federal governments. So therefore, through these studies, we found out that this is very important and a good opportunities for us to come up with the best criteria, the best method that can be accepted between publics, states, and the federal agencies. The last one is the threats. In this context, one of the major threats is to involve high research costs in the planning, evaluation, and monitoring process, and also a conflicts or the conflicts between federal and state powers. Again, when we did these studies, every sector, they have their jurisdictions. There are a territory that we cannot cross from one territory to another. So this conflict become a major obstacle when we want to come up with these national water policies. So, however, this threat can be managed by proper discussions, proper explanations to all the officers within the stakeholders. We found that there are a couple of findings among the agencies and industrial engagement sessions. There are 10, if I'm not mistaken, but one of them is very important, is the proposals establishment of the national water departments as a central government water management agencies. And also, there are also a suggestion that empowering the state water enactments, enforcement of integrated non-point pollution, zero pollution policies, improvement management of agriculture's irrigation system, infrastructures and water rights, total maximum daily loads or TMDLs, and ecosystem services fees. So those 10 findings are a major findings that we found when we did all the engagement between state and the federal agencies. apart from the engagement with the state and federal governments, we also did an engagement with a private agencies. Based on this study, we found that 5 major findings we found within this engagement. And I think the most important things is the first 3, where we need, based on the private agencies, they suggested that we need a lot of support and implementations in terms of tariff cost adjustments. And also we need to have a good model to support the idea of reducing NRW or non-produced water. The third one is about the finding engagement based we found from the private agencies, especially in terms of sewerage services issues. In this exercise, we found 8 findings based on the sewerage services issue, that is including reclamation water management, integrated water resources and supply management, coverage governments for rural sewerage services, amends FL and SF periods ought to be more investment friendly, so on and so forth. Those national water policies is also support the disasters issues which involve the waters and rivers. As you know that when we develop these national water policies, this national water policy also support some of the elements, especially in terms of disaster issue. In Malaysia, it is very common that we facing those disasters in terms of frequencies and magnitudes. Even the last recent years, we're facing a mud floods issue in Cameron Highlands. You also have an experience of yellow floods back to 2014 in Kelantan, and headwater happens in the Yan Kedah in 2021. However, based on this scenario, we come out some of the non-structural approach where the awareness, the enforcement is coupling together to combat and to overcome some of the problem happens due to the floods. In this picture, clearly showing that missions of flood relief at Hulu Langat back to December 2021, where there are places which is severities damage due to the floods, and this flood relief mission has been carried out through the universities, through the Ministry of Higher Education, to help and to assist those victims in these flood incidents back to 2021. So apart from that, we also having an experience where we have a flash flood phenomenon in Kuala Lumpur in 10 of September 2020. We also having these monsoon flood phenomena back in January 2021, where the entire Kuala Lumpur has been fully inundated by the flash flood and the monsoon flood on that particular times. So how we want to overcome these problems when we try to coupling with these national water policies, including those happen in the debris flow and headwater in Yan. Actually, this very much related to the policies, to the land use and land cover happen in the upstream level. So when we develop these national water policies, those disaster elements also been included on that paragraph, especially to ensure that natural disasters can be overcome over the next couple of years or maybe in the future generations. We're talking about the floods, we're talking about the flash flood. Malaysia also having the problem in terms of drought and degradation of water resources. All this water shortage has been included on that national water policies. Again, when we're talking about the pollutions, which is one of the elements that we covered in this national water policies, is the pollution issues in Malaysia. And as a developed countries, we cannot escape from this problem, especially in terms of urban areas. A series of pollution that happened in Kim Kim rivers, Semenyih rivers, which also having happened in the Ngulang rivers, where most of this water pollution from industry is flowing throughout our major rivers, which most of the river also been used as the domestic water intake point. Now, on this exercise, what I want to share with all of you is about the importance of the national water policies, which is very relevant in these coming issues, especially when we try to manage those issues related to water sectors. And in this context, water sectors not involving the domestic, but also the importance of these elements related to the disasters, whether that is disaster come from the human or man-made, or even they come from the natural disasters. So therefore, we need a holistic water sector management to be improved and empowered through the integrated efforts and to centralization management approach involving several water sectors compartments such as sources, supply, and sewerage in order to see more efficient and integrated water sector management. So in Malaysia, good things that we have already improved. We have already success in terms of integrated water resources management and integrated river basin management, which is the two key elements in terms of integration of water sectors. And technically, in Malaysia, there are a lot of agencies based on the federal and state governments that involve in managing a water sector, including the Malaysian Irrigation and Drainage Departments under the Ministry of Environment and Water, which is a major agencies that involve in terms of water management and river management in Malaysia. So those agencies, including in the state governments, is very important to ensure that water management should be managed in the proper manner. In short, which I can conclude for my speech in water policies in Malaysia, this draft on term of water policy is very important when we want to integrate the water management, including the involvement of state and federal governments. And of course, this study also very important to find out what is the best solutions, what is the best platform to integrate within the integrated river basin management, especially when we involve between three sectors, the industries, the governments, and the publics. With that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I would like to take these opportunities to thank the Ministry of Environment and Water and UKM Pakarunding Sdn Berhad, which providing these opportunities to carry out this study in Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Ehwan Toriman for nice presentation. And he is cover and talk about the water resource management in this water resource management, water supply service, and water sewage service in Malaysia. And he says the cooperation between community stakeholder and engagement some agency in managing of the water resource is required for water policy. And he also said the development water policy need to include the element of disaster. I think now we move to the second speaker. I would like to invite Michael Warrat, PhD. Hello.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. I would like to Michael.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
I would like to read your profile before you give your presentation. Okay, Michael Warrat is a lecturer and research associate in the Department of Human Geography, Martin Luther University, Halle, Wittenberg. He graduated his bachelor in science and master science in geography from Dresden University of Technology, Germany, and he completed his PhD in geography from the Martin Luther University, Halle Wittenberg, and at the Department of Human Geography in January. He takes responsibility for teaching, supervision, preparation, and execution participation in many scientific events, giving public lecture as part of the Martin Luther University public relation activity, and being a assistant coordinator for Southeast Asian relation, establishing institutional cooperation between Martin Luther University and other university, and collaboration in memorandum of understanding with University of Indonesia, and joint funding with Singapore Management University. Michael, time is yours for 30 minutes for your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I also would like to thank the University Negeri Makassar for inviting me, and of course all the participants and organizers behind the conference for inviting me. And I would like to talk with you about the commodification of nature in Indonesia. And in particular, I give you one example for this. This is the luxury ornamental fish industry that has formed in Indonesia over the last couple of years. The big starting point for this study is basically human geographers have noticed that something is happening in response to environmental change. Environmental change forces us to basically reconsider many things that we thought we know about the environment, both good and bad. And part of this adaptation process to a changing environment is really the evaluation of value. Value, we can really understand it in a broad concept that we say just value is a notion of how important something is in relation to something else. And with that, value has become sort of like a topic again in human geography. And in difference to value in other disciplines like economics, human geography doesn't really tend to find a single logic of value to calculate, for example, something. Rather, the focus has been how is something turned into a commodity. That means we look at value again through commodification practices. On the right in my slides, you see an example that is a classic economic geography topic. For example, we have peaches. The peaches are produced somewhere. They are manufactured and packed in another country and sold in a third country. That's sort of a classic economic geography point with it, but the current topic or the current thoughts about the commodification process really go further than global value chains.
Excuse me, Michael.
Yeah.
Do you have a material for sharing this in this conference?
Oh yes, you cannot see the slides.
Yeah.
Then
we cannot see.
Yes. Then we'll try it.
Okay.
Okay, can you see it now?
Could you slide through? Zoom your material, your PPT.
Oh, you only see it like this. Okay.
You can tap the activate.
Yes, can you see it now? Full screen?
Could you zoom by click the slideshow of your video?
Yes, but it doesn't apparently it doesn't show it to you. I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Right now? Yeah, but you see it now full screen.
Please click the slideshow. No. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's not showing it. I'm doing it. But the Zoom is not really picking it up. Or
maybe you can first click the activate, because you have notice from your PowerPoint. Activate.
Okay. Yeah, oh my God. Okay.
You need to activate your PowerPoint.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think this is the best I can do currently.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Just this was the pictures about peaches, but anyway, currently we talk about commodification again in human geography, and basically we have on one hand this traditional notion of global value chains. Basically, we look at how is something produced from the raw materials until the finished end product, as well as its how it is discarded, and how this commodification process is regionalizing or territorializing the world. On the other hand, the recent form of commodification is basically the study of economization, which basically just means how does something become a commodity in the first place. And this has really been the latest trend in human geography. And with changing environment, this economization has also become a major topic when looking at the effects of environmental change. In particularly for the commodification of the environment as a whole, we have, for example, we heard in the last presentation a lot about water management. For example, with water, we have to look at how is it in any way calculated, made shareable, and so on. And for this, different frameworks have really emerged that have been mixed and matched over time. In this table, you see a few points that are highlighted. As you can see, many different authors have different ideas for it. There's no standardized frameworks. All these points are mixed and matched. But we're going to look at some points. And of course, we want to talk about the fishing industry, and they have a little bit something special going on, because fish is not just any kind of commodity, it's a commodity that's alive. And with that, lively commodities, they gain their monetary value primarily through being alive. And with that comes a few special characteristics. And of course, the biology of the animal shapes the way it is commodified. You have the process of individuation. That means each animal is also an individual representation of an animal. That means you have, on one hand, individual responses towards stimuli, and also different individual animals elicit individual responses. And lastly, it is a tool for commodification in which we on one hand commodify an animal, but on one hand an entire species. That means species become brands, if you want to think about it like this. But there is, of course, also, it's not all encompassing, because most of this body of literature focuses really on what is happening to mammals. So anything that's currently outside of the realm of mammals is sort of not really that well understood. That's how we coming to the fish. And one thing that the commodification on animals literature makes clear is that the commodification of animals or other parts of the environment really can lead to a complete reevaluation of how we think about the thing at hand. And Indonesia has a very good example for this entire process. That is the Asian arowana, or more specifically, a variety that is native to Indonesia, the so-called super red arowana. Because what happened here over the last almost 50 years, this fish went from a very cheap food source of little to no economic value to the most expensive aquarium fish in the world, with some fish, some prime specimens, selling for over 300,000 US dollars quite regularly. So as you can see here, something really drastic happened. And Indonesia has always been a big player in the ornamental marine trade, and traditionally things work a little bit differently. Primarily, Bali has been sort of like the big place where all sorts of marine life is exported to the rest of the world, and the entire sector of ornamental marine trade is basically booming. More and more species are exported, and more people are getting into this hobby, because it becomes cheaper every year to keep an aquarium, and the knowledge required to take care of fish in an aquarium is becoming also lower. So the barriers of entry are decreasing annually. In Indonesia, traditionally, these animals are sourced from the wild by usually small-scale fishermen or family groups who collect those animals in the wild and then sell it to a series of intermediaries and middlemen. And lastly, those specimens end up with big wholesale companies that export them towards the United States, Japan, and the European Union as the main trading partner. And this is sort of like the traditional way. With the arowana, we will see something else is happening entirely. Because most of these species that are traded, they are really not really existing there's no luxury commodity there. There's no luxury segment. So what happens to the arowana? First, we have to be clear, there are many different arowanas in the world. It's a circumtropical fish. You can find it throughout the tropical regions of the world. But this sort of luxury commodification really just happens to the Asian arowana, and in particularly the red variety that is found natively in Indonesia in the Kapuas River, from which the super red arowana is coming. This is sort of how you would encounter them in the wild on Kalimantan in the Kapuas River. And first we have to talk about how this fish is privatized. In Indonesia, something a little bit strange happened, and in this case, privatization is achieved through conservation, in particularly through the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Flora and Fauna of 1973, the old standing agreement for the conservation of animals through the regulation of international trade. And the arowana, the Asian arowana, has been always very much protected by this treaty. It has been in the most restrictive category, that is very heavily restricting trade. There is sort of like a black market that is traded in starting in the 80s slowly, especially in Malaysia and Indonesia, but at this point, not as a luxury commodity. But in order to really make this trade possible, because they saw trading arowana can be a good source of income for the people of Indonesia and Malaysia, the people behind CITES have created an exemption for the Asian arowana. That is basically, they established a breeding program, a captive breeding program in 1989 to facilitate trade. And how that works is basically fish can be removed in order to sustain their population. They're removed from wild into an environmental conservation farm, and there they can be kept. If they have any offspring while in captivity, they will lose their wildness, if you will. And the offspring of these non-wild arowana, they can be freely traded because they're not counting as wild anymore, as long as other requirements are met, such as microchipping and certification of the origin. And this coincides with a rising middle class in China, who have basically really rediscovered this fish as a kind of a status symbol. Some people know it as the dragonfish. So China has become the main importer of Asian arowana. And why is this privatization process important? There are many fish that are commodified in Indonesia, but what is happening here is basically it is government control. And through this government control, we have a stabilized price level that keeps the arowana more valuable and keeps it in demand. With other species, for example, another popular example in Indonesia is the lohan fish. You experience prices of oversupply and low demand, where the price basically goes up and down. But with the arowana, we have seen a steady price increase in the last 30 years, getting more and more expensive to buy one. And that has created an entire industry in Indonesia dedicated to this type of fish. And this comes, of course, with a scientific reevaluation of the fish, because the fish is now receiving a lot of attention. On the, I gave you a few pictures here. On one hand, of course, you have all sorts of knowledge. Books are being published about how to tell good arowana from a bad arowana. And another form that comes with the luxury commodification of the fish is, for example, cosmetic surgery. You see that in the bottom right, someone is performing cosmetic surgery on the fish to make it look a certain way. First off, if we look at what happens, then we can see a few regionalizing effects that this type of trade has on Indonesia. On one hand, you have the wild population in Kalimantan, where also a lot of breeding is going on. Shearing and export is primarily dedicated to Java, as long as also a few other big cities, such as Medan in Sumatra, and of course, China is the big importer of the fish. West and East Kalimantan have become basically the main breeding regions. And the special thing about this is basically all these breeding farms, they are not just companies, they are actors in environmental conservation. And they are supplied by the government on the regular with wild fish that they keep for safekeeping. And then, of course, from their offspring, they can produce fish that they can sell. And on Java, you find something that is really unique to the Arowana, especially in Jakarta. You have luxury store. That's basically like a ornamental fish stores that is totally dedicated towards the trade with super red arowana. So there's only one species for sale, more or less, that's the arowana, and they have basically an export license. They can sell it to other countries, and this is really the luxury segment of the trade, but they are in an interdependent relationship with all other places that sell the fish, such as regular ornamental stores or these sort of fish markets, where a lot of people basically buy young arowana fish, try to rear them themselves in order to sell them for profit. So we have a very nice dichotomy between an unregulated domestic trade and a very heavily regulated export trade. And this is, of course, accompanied by a lot of activity that is focused on creating a narrative for the fish. That means basically it is, especially in China, very strongly understood as a symbol for wealth, dominance, and individualism. But in Indonesia, it is primarily seen as an investment, although also it is in Indonesia also very heavily accompanied by merchandising and all sorts of skill creation for it. That expert knowledge is created and sold as a narrative for people. What makes this sort of socially relevant, or there are some social conditions that basically drive this development, and that is basically that we have an Indonesian middle class that's becoming stronger every year. And this is a typical story here given to you from a man that was basically employed as a custodian, but he was sort of like a hobby fisher, and he became curious about the arowana, bought a small one, sold it later for a lot of profit, and became a professional arowana breeder, or at least raiser, and became engaged in this business. I mean, this is a very typical story that makes this such a huge deal in Indonesia. Because with this fish and its stable prices, people can make a job out of it and commodify their hobby if they're already into fish, or it even attracts people who have no love for fish or anything else. They just do it for the monetary aspect of it. This is primarily due to the stability of the price, that is, as discussed, created through government intervention. And lastly, this has also influenced our scientific understanding of the fish. Currently, like I said, we talk about on the species level, we say there's an Asian arowana, and this Asian arowana has different varieties, for example, in terms of color, and the super red arowana is the subspecies. But now there is a new taxonomy, for example, that's at least proposed and sometimes even implemented, that basically says we cut this one species, the Asian arowana, into many different species. And the super red arowana would be its own species. And that's a little bit unclear what the long-term consequences of this change is. People expecting it to be more conservation resulting out of it because it would make the fish more rare, or people would also say less conservation because you're creating new species that are not regulated. Lastly, this is also part of the commodification process, or the final form of it, as some authors call it, is the process of displacement. That means the thing that we're talking about, the fish, stops being just a fish. It becomes its own new symbol. And this can also be seen in Indonesia. The arowana has become a brand that's used to signal good quality and a superior product, for example, as a name for hotel chains, tiles, housewares, and so on. So what does that show us? We have environmental changes and people are adapting to it. And people create resources, and through their activities, and what happened here is through many different social factors, you have created a luxury commodity that is also supported by the government, and through that you have created the market. And that shows you one of the many adaptation processes that are possible and are expected with increasing environmental changes due to climate change. So commodification of the environment is really another aspect, or kind of a new aspect, of how we understand sustainability. With that, I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for nice presentation, Michael. In his presentation, he talked about community of nature of commodity of nature in Indonesia, and especially for the arowana fish. And he described about the arowana for global chain, for economization of arowana, also classification in biology of arowana, and also talk about the arowana is become a brand of some product. And also he said the arowana, Indonesia is become a producer of arowana, and China is a big importer for the arowana. I think it's a very nice presentation, Michael. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you for having me again.
Okay, now we move to the keynote speaker, and I would like to invite Dr. Michelle E.D. Sappers. Are you there? Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I heard you. Okay.
I will
I would
share
like
my screen.
Profile before you present your presentation. I would like to read your profile. Okay. Doctor.
It's okay.
Okay. I see that. Dr. Mitchell Elizabeth, Bachelor in Geography, Federal University Alphenas, specialist in planning and management of protected natural area, Federal Institute of Southeast Minas Gerais, Master and Doctor in Agriculture Engineering, Federal University of Lavras. He has experience in remote sensing applied to agri-environmental issue. He is currently a postdoctoral researcher at the Division of Earth Observation and Geoinformatics of the National Institute for Space Research. He working with remote sensing techniques and Earth observation time series analysis for Colorado biome physiognomies, spectral characterization, and focus on agriculture monitoring. He also contributes to the Brazil Data Cube Project and Agriculture Remote Sensing Lab, and also the Geoinformatics and Big Data Science Lab. Dr. Michel, you have hello?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. You have 30 minutes for presentation your work, and now time is yours.
Okay. First, I would like to thank you and thank all of the organizers of the Universitas Negri Makassar and in special Ms. Jedayanti for the invitation. I would like to thank all of the speakers, the rector, the vice rector, and all of the universities. My work is in Brazil. In Brazil, there's a contradictory issue about deforestation and agricultural monitoring, agricultural expansion, and my work is around this. In this presentation, I would like to speak about the use of time series and machine learning algorithms for land use and land cover mapping in Brazil. I will start talking many issues about me and my work, and subsequently I would like to speak about spectral indices and data cubes and architecture of data cubes for our purpose of agricultural monitoring in Brazil. As you present, I'm a geographer. As you in the Federal University of Alfenas in Brazil, a specialist in planning and management of protected natural areas, and the Sudeste, ICGEE, Brazil, master's and doctorate degrees in agricultural engineering in the cross relation with geography about the questions that involve agricultural monitoring. And currently I'm a postdoctoral researcher at INPE, the National Institute for Space Research, the official Institute of Brazil for this question, for these issues of agriculture, deforestation. And I will conducting research using spectral indices, time series, and machine learning for land use and land cover mapping, crop monitoring in Brazil. My work consists basically in land use and land cover classification, land use, land cover mapping, using data cubes and machine learning algorithms. Brazil, there's a place, where we have agriculture, we have natural resources, we have forests, and there's an heterogeneous region. So many uses, many land cover, many actions by human, and there's a need for monitoring with a great detail level these actions, these human actions over the natural landscape. Especially talk about the land use land cover changes, which are totally dynamics and involved with the human being, human application, human use, interference of human actions in the nature resource. My special focus is on agricultural monitoring, agricultural mapping, the identification of crop types that is useful for developing planning policies, territorial policies about the agricultural sector, agricultural activity. Brazil is a great exporter of commodities. So this is a sovereignty issue for Brazil. I work with the development of tools for crop monitoring. There's a need for tools for crop monitoring in Brazil because the traditional packages, traditional algorithms present some fails when considering the dynamicity of the natural patterns of the agricultural practices in Brazil. The methodology is based on data cubes and time series analysis, considering the time first and space later. So we analyze the time, the spectral profiles and time to consider the as we can talk about as considering the time first to assess the variations along the time, the phenological calendar, phenological cycle. It's very useful to identify subtle variations. The context of my research is the Brazil Data Cube project, which I have the objective of the develop analysis-ready data of medium resolution satellite images for all Brazilian territory, multidimensional data cubes from these ARG image collections, big data technologies, image time series analysis, machine learning methods, innovations adapted to the Brazilian reality to produce land use, land cover information for all Brazilian territory. Brazil is a territory with vast phytophysiognomies, varied conditions, edapoclimatic conditions. So there is a need for methods adapted for each of these regions. And the context of my work is the analysis of the literature, the state of the art. We have innumerous recent applications of Landsat, Sentinel, land use, land cover mapping. There are two flagships for the medium resolution based analysis data, especially for agriculture. And this study was based to situate my research. I conducted this literature review, and this is based in my practice and the practice of the institute and this issue. We have identified some trends in this recent use, recent application of the data source, Landsat and Sentinel. As you can see in this figure, time series analysis for agriculture, land cover, land use mapping, classification, identification of spectral features most relevant to the identification of crop types, as the red edge band of Sentinel, the use of big data, the cross-relation between vegetation, spectral vegetation indices for crop classification. Well, the field is vast, and we have some partners as Digital Earth Africa, Digital Earth Americas, Digital Earth Pacific, Swiss Data Cube, and Open Data Cube initiatives to propose for the community the analysis-ready data. The user can see the data, the storage, manage, and principally use the data with some discarding the necessity of some preprocessing, which Tom very time of the question. Limitations, we have identified as gap filling, cloud computing. There's an issue on this. We need cloud computing solutions, but this is hard to process and generates a limitation. Limitation related also to machine learning not adapted with your region, atmospheric correction, automatic classification, because Brazil is very large, have a very large territory. Automatic classification can give to us a reduction in the time of the processing, but the detail, the level of detail can be prejudiced or worsened by this question. And we have also identified issues to explore. What we can explore that we don't have explored then yet. Yes, it's all open data, ensemble classifiers, the use of temporal metrics, phenological metrics, land use trajectories, the quality of the sample data in the input processing. The sample is very important. The compositing of products time series também is very important, also very important, and especially spectral indices, vegetation indices. Well, we observed that the use of spectral indices derived from open data uses only NDVI, SAVI, EVI, NDWI, the most traditional, as you can see, the most traditional in the literature. But we can absorb the evolution of the processing, as in the case we show by Sentinel. Sentinel has bands on spectral bands on the red channel, the shortwave infrared. There are many useful, very useful for identifying agricultural crops, natural vegetation. There's a vast opportunity to use it, less frequently used the spectral indices, for example. There is divided in some categories: vegetation indices, soil indices, water indices. As you can see in the next presentations, there's a need for detail, a need for subtle variations. I think that we can get a more detailed level of data if using more of spectral bands, use the electromagnetic spectrum. Example of this is to quantify or predict vegetation biomass, productivity, leaf area. Well, there's a vast opportunity, but a useful tool for crop monitoring purpose. Why? Because a crop cycle corresponds to a progressive transition from a bare soil side nature and the temporal profile to a closed green kind of vegetation that typically ends with the senescence of the vegetation. And there is a need to develop tools to analyze this variation, this temporal variation, and we have had the opportunity to develop the SR2 VGI package, and that is purely based on generating, formulating, calculating spectral vegetation indices from Sentinel-2 surface reflectance. Just to analyze, to compare these variations. This is provide the extraction of crop-specific temporal metrics related to the crop phenology, for example. As you can see in this figure, there are variations over the time that we can analyze it with different spectral data, but is negotiable for us the question of the time, because the variations occurred over the time. subtle variations can occur weekly, daily. For us, it's very important to consider the time first over the space. Also, to develop this kind of figure to analyze the yield, the temporal metrics related to the crop phenology. You can see variations given the key moments of the phenological cycles, which is varied from a region to other. It's important to consider phenological methods. Concerning the relevance of phenological metrics, we developed the ST metrics package that enable us to extract temporal metrics from vegetation, especially from agricultural vegetation in a crop type level of detail. As you can see, you can imagine a corn, soybean, cotton. There are different temporal signatures, temporal behaviors. For us, it's very important to develop packages, methods of analysis that can extract the peculiarities of each one. Yeah, and this package provide to us this possibility. Well, now I would like to present one of the last papers, results, research results that we exploit in the spectral indices time series using CBERS data cube. CBERS is a Chinese-Brazilian cooperation. Is a sensor package developed jointly by China and Brazil that we have used to analyze our territorial landscape in Brazil, especially crops. Before present the study, we can separate concepts in the question because any research is related with a context. Land cover, the physical characteristics of the earth surface, vegetation, water, and soil, and land use, the purpose for which humans exploit the land cover, as changes done by anthropogenic activities. In Brazil is very hot the topic of deforestation, agriculture and cattle ranching. There's a need for us to develop policies from planning and food security, because Brazil, there's a mission of commodities, a leader of exports, but the internal market is also consumptive. Brazil don't respond for the presentation of the food forward. There are some hotspots in Brazil, hotspots for deforestation, and also hotspots for agricultural sowing, agricultural cultivation, where Brazil a prominent exporter of commodities. Within Brazil, Cerrado biome is one of the most related with the crop conditions, crop plantation, over natural vegetation. And with Cerrado Mato Piba is a region involving the states of Maranhão, Tocantins, Piauí, and Bahia, which concentrates the expansion of the soybean frontier over native vegetation. Yeah, there's a shame for Brazil, this situation, but it's real. This situation, this condition can attract to Brazil sanctions, economic boycotts, and would be very poor for the economy. And due to this, there is a demand for crop monitoring and a lack of analytical tools for accurate mapping to subsidize the implementation of public policies, public-private policies in general, to make Brazil more certain more accurate about your production, your crop production. And remote sensing data is a flagship for analyzing this condition because of the constellation of cost-effective tools for describing landscape dynamics, producing timely and accurate maps. It provides to us better reasoning of the landscape and its intrinsic process, as deforestation, greenhouse gas emissions, the relevance of agriculture should be intensified or to analyze agriculture over natural vegetation. Yeah. The extremo oeste baiano, the name of this mesoregion, the far western Bahia, concentrates the Cerrado agricultural belt. The place where Brazil produces your production, soybean production, cotton production, corn production. The landscape of this region is very heterogeneous, and the locale has dynamism and uncertainties that we can vary year by year. We propose a proof of concept involving CBERS, previously commented, a CBERS in a data cube architecture in a 12 DSD of the composed temporal. We have developed the map in two maps, broad level of detail and crop type level of detail. They are an example of the diversity, the heterogeneity of the vegetation in Brazil, in this region, and extremo oeste baiano. Using spectral indices, ground samples, the crop calendar knowledge, table 2 shows the spectral vegetation indices used to analyze the vegetation. We collected sample data sets produced based on ground samples, field missions we have made in Brazil, and we have used visual interpretation of Sentinel-2 images and time series analysis to provide a more detailed level of at a crop type level, the land use land cover at a crop type level should develop a witching season monitoring. We consider temporal windows analysis, which concentrates the peculiar characteristics of each harvest period. The packages above already mentioned, considering a semi-automated processing chain that we have developed in Jupyter Notebooks. In considering the data of deforestation and land use land cover provided by PRODES by Terra Class in Brazil, 2 programs of INPE, to identify and to validate our method. As you can see in the results, we have identified these classes of vegetation at broad level of detail. There are seven classes in the broad level of detail with a good overall accuracy for a proposed, or considering the satellite data, considering the limitations in the ground sample analysis. And for the next harvest period, we have similar results in terms of overall accuracy. And in the crop type level of detail, we proved the accuracy or overall accuracy by identifying 4 crop types and then a class with the other uses, which is relevant for identifying to identify cropping patterns, cropping practices, and to support policies for identifying the trades of the agricultural relation commodities. Commodities are exported, and we have to measure our production to eliminate the level of uncertainty that affects the economic market. For the next season, também, the next harvest period, we have similar results. In terms of remote sensing of the kind of techniques used, we can share that the green and red bands are for most important features for us, for the Brazilian agriculture. The infrared is an important feature, a relevant feature. In terms of spectral indices, GNDVI and DWI in Vari green, which are stable, consistent, provide to us the identification of subtle variations from a crop type to other, for example. In a crop type level, CI green, because of the chlorophyll content, which is varied from a crop type to other. GRVI, which is adapted to detect seasonal changes in photosynthetic capacity into balance and DVI saturation. My conclusion of this study, and for you that we are reading this presentation of the data cube, is meaningful, very meaningful for us, and provide continuous information. The CBERS data cube is a useful technology for our purpose. There are accurate land use land cover maps. We reached accurate land use land cover maps for different harvest periods, and we were able to detect subtle vegetational variations and identify the importance of less frequently used spectral indices beyond the traditional NDVI, the most traditionally used in the world. It highlights our Brazilian technology for territorial, environmental, agricultural, and economic planning, enabling detailed crop monitoring over interannual and intra-harvest season periods. We expect that Indonesia and other countries can be benefit for this kind of analysis. We can collaborate in some topics. We are open to collaborate with you and analyze the situation. The next step of our research is provide a more detailed level of detail, a more level with using Sentinel-2 because of the temporal results. Cerrado with special focus on agriculture and phenological metrics. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Dr. Michel Savas for your nice presentation. And Dr. Michel, in this presentation, talking about the using the data cube and machine learning for land use and land cover, and in the study conducted in Brazil. Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Michel Savas. And next, we can go to the last speaker, Dr. Ravinath Rohit Prasad. Hello, Dr. Ravinath Rohit Prasad. Hello, are you there? Hi. Hello. Hello. Oh yeah. Okay. Hello, Dr. Rafinus. Could you unmute your laptop?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to invite you to present your work or your paper.
Yeah.
And in 30 minutes, and before you present your presentation, I would like to read your profile.
Yeah.
Dr. Ravinath Rohit Prasad is assistant professor at the Department of Social Science, College of Humanity and Education at the Fiji National University. He has received his diploma education in English and social science from Fiji College of Advanced Education and Bachelor of Arts in Geography and Land Use Planning from the University of South Pacific, Suva, and he finished his Master of Arts and PhD in Geography Education from the State University of Malang in Indonesia. He is actively involved in teaching program development, research project, preparing and design courses, student guidance, and counseling at the foundation, degree, and master level in the Department of Social Science, College of Humanity and Education at the Fiji National University. He has many core competencies, such as a basic understanding of the principle and theory of human geography, the environment, and the sustainable development, sound knowledge of the climate change issue and the impact on the seed, proficiency in handling documentation, statistical analysis and report writing, organize and conduct meeting, conference and workshop. He has been involved in some funding project or seed funding by Fiji National University on climate change education. Okay, Dr. Ravinath Rohit Prasad, you have 30 minutes for present your presentation, and time is yours now. Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Can you hear me now? Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. We hear
Are
you.
you able to?
Yeah. Okay. We hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator, for the nice words of introduction. Before I start off with my presentation, I would like to thank the organizing committee of the State University of Makassar, Universitas Negeri Makassar, for inviting me to be part of this international conference. I would especially like to thank my friend who is, I think, sitting there amongst you, Dr. Yusuf. Pa Yusuf, thank you very much.
Oh.
And before I start, Pa Yusuf is my good friend. Dr. Yusuf. Okay. Pa, before I start.
Dr. Yusuf sitting in front of the.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Di Japan itu ya.
Yeah.
Right in front. Right in front. Thank you. Before I start off with my presentation, are you able to view my PowerPoint slide? Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, are you able to see my PowerPoint slide?
No.
No. Wait, let me see. How about now?
Yeah.
Now?
Okay. Okay. We see now.
Okay.
You just click the slide for the slideshow.
Yeah. So thank you very much for today's presentation. I'll be talking about climate change adaptation on small island states like Fiji, and for the case study, I have chosen Fiji as I'm based here. And to begin with, the introduction, small island developing states like Fiji are referred to as the
hotspots for climate change, the impacts of climate change. Why do we refer to small island states as the hotspots for climate change? Because of our location. We are located, if we talk about Fiji, if you look at the world map, is located right in the center of the world map, surrounded by the Pacific Ocean, which is the largest ocean. Fiji is just like a small dot on the world map. And due to that, due to its small nature, Fiji is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Due to increased incidences of climate change, Pacific Island countries or small island developing states like Fiji and the other countries which are located in the Pacific Ocean like Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, Tonga, Samoa, all are going to face the very harmful, disastrous impacts of climate change. And as the impacts of climate change in Fiji deteriorate, we will see many life-threatening hazards, such as flooding, which we already have now on a yearly basis, famines, and more powerful cyclones. We have been having these events for the last few years. I will discuss more in detail about this as we go further. And besides its small nature, Fiji being a island nation country like Indonesia is also home to about 70 to 90% of the population here in Fiji live on the coastal areas. The total population of Fiji is around approximately 900,000, and out of 900,000 people who live in Fiji, around 70 to 90% of 900,000 people are living on the coastal areas. So you can imagine how badly they will be affected due to the impacts of climate change, especially sea level rise. And the sad part is that, a very sad part is that Fiji only contributes 1%. Fiji's contribution towards global carbon emissions is only 1%, which is very insignificant, which is very little, which is very minute. But we are going to feel the full brunt of the impacts of climate change in the form of sea level rise, coastal erosion, storm surges, and tropical cyclones together with flooding. So that is my introduction. I will move on to some of the impacts of climate change vulnerabilities that we face in Fiji. So due to the incidence of increasing temperatures, increase in the frequency of hazards like cyclones, storm surges, floods, we have many harmful or negative impacts on the different sectors of the economy. And I have just listed 3 over here. The first one is agriculture. How does climate change impact agriculture or the agricultural sector here in Fiji? So due to the changes in the seasonal weather patterns, which leads to high rainfall, increase in the frequency of floods and droughts, we have this livestock which is affected. Farms, sugarcane farms. Fiji is an agricultural based country, similar to Indonesia, and we are mostly reliant on farming, such as sugarcane farming and rice farming. So due to the changes in the rainfall patterns caused by climate change, we have farms, these sugarcane farms, rice farms, which are affected. Livestock, plants and animals, the animals that we breed on the farms, like goat, sheep, and cows, are all affected. And there is a loss of land. Why? How do we lose land? Due to the rise in sea level, which causes the seawater to move inland. When the sea level rises, the salty water, the seawater moves inland, which means that it will take over the land which was previously used for farming. So now the land which was previously used for farming will be under seawater, salty water, which will make it difficult for farmers to do their farming, thereby resulting in a decline in agricultural productivity. Sarana, infrastructure, roads, telecommunication services, bridges, all these are affected by cyclones and storm surges and other extreme events such as flooding. Due to extreme weather conditions, we have increased incidences of cyclones, storm surges, and flooding, which causes damage to transport and communication services here in Fiji. We also have damage to buildings and infrastructure, which is caused by cyclones, storm surges, and floods. It has been happening quite often in the past, as it was, but it used to be very rare it was very rare in the past, but for the last 5 or 10 years, these extreme events, natural hazards have become very common, and these have been induced by this climate change and global warming. So moving on to the third one, which is tourism. Yeah, as you might know that Fiji is an island nation, island country like Indonesia. That means one of the main means and methods of survival is tourism. So due to the increase in temperatures, changes in the weather patterns, we have disruption to sea and air transport. Why? How? Due to flooding, due to cyclones, due to storm surges, which causes damage to the communication facilities. Roads and bridges are damaged by extreme events of flooding, flash flooding, and cyclones, floods, and other extreme events like storm surges. They also damage public and private property, which affects the tourism industry as a whole. Yeah, this is something which has been very common, which is on the rise in Fiji. If you look at the diagrams, I have just put up one picture, one diagram, one photograph, in fact, and one map here, which shows you that due to climate change, the increased incidences of climate change and climate-induced disasters such as sea level rise and flooding, saltwater intrusion, many villages in Fiji are under the threat, of they are going to be underwater. They will sink. So due to that, some of the villages, like one of the villages mentioned here, is Nambavatu. Nambavatu village is going to be relocated. That is an initiative of the Fijian government to relocate this village, Nambavatu village, because this village is threatened by saltwater intrusion caused by sea level rise. And on my right, you see that there is a map showing the two main islands of the Fiji island group, Viti Levu, which is the main island, largest island, and the second one is Vanua Levu, which is the second largest island. So there is a this village here, Vuni Dongoloa. This village has been affected by saltwater intrusion, and the government has already moved this village. The villages from here, Vuni Dongoloa village, have been moved to an alternative place because they were under threat. They are under threat of sea level rise, saltwater intrusion, which will affect the production of goods and agricultural production. They have been moved. That is the scenario here in Fiji caused by climate change. Now here you will see that I have mentioned about two tropical cyclones. What is the relevance of these case studies? Two case studies on two different tropical cyclones to climate change. Now, as far as I know, and due to the reports that I have been going through, there has been an increase in incidences of natural hazards such as tropical cyclones caused by climate change. These disasters were common in Fiji even in the past, but they were not so severe. Like you will see, the tropical cyclone Winston was a category 5. That is the highest category, I guess. Yeah, category 5 cyclone, which made landfall on the main island of Fiji in February 2016. On February 2016, there was a tropical cyclone, category 5 tropical cyclone named Winston on the main island of Fiji, and it caused damages worth 1.38 billion US dollars, which is equivalent to 31% of Fiji's gross domestic product. And then it also resulted in more than 30,000 homes being destroyed. 30,000 houses were damaged, destroyed by this cyclone. And approximately half of Fiji's population, which is 540,400 people, were affected, which is 62% of Fiji's population. And there were 44 people who perished, who died due to the cyclone. There was another one, tropical cyclone Easa, in December 2019. It was another category 5 cyclone, which caused damages worth, which were estimated at $250 million, resulting in damages to infrastructure, livelihood, and agriculture. 139,000 people and 31,000 households were directly affected by this superstorm, and it resulted in damages worth 72.5 million US dollars to the agricultural sector. These two cyclones have been the most severe ones that we have ever had in Fiji, and due to reports, it has been indirectly caused by climate change. These disasters have become very common now. So, to minimize the impacts of disasters, different disasters, climate-induced disasters that we have in Fiji, the government has come up with many different initiatives to help the community, to help the people minimize the impacts of disasters. And one of those is to address sea level rise. How has the government tried to minimize the problem of sea level rise? As mentioned earlier on, the villages that were located close to the river or the coastal areas, they have been moved onto higher ground to prevent their villages from getting completely wiped off by the rising sea levels. Mangrove replanting programs all throughout Fiji have been are still in progress. The coastal areas, coral such as the Coral Coast, is where mangrove replanting schemes programs have been run by the government together with Ministry of Forestry to help to prevent the seawater from coming on the land. Seawalls and gabion baskets have also been constructed. Seawalls have constructed near coastal areas to prevent villages from saltwater intrusion. That is one initiative. The other one is to the building of resilient housing and infrastructure. As you can see in the diagram, the government of Fiji now has made it compulsory that all new housing that we develop has to be disaster resilient. Should be able to withstand a category 5, category 4 tropical cyclone. So there has been construction of cyclone-proof housing for the poor residents, as you can see in the diagram. Lower cost housing, but it's quite strong. It's strong enough to resist a category 4 or 5 tropical cyclone. And the Fiji Urban Water Supply and Wastewater Management project has been is in the pipeline, is already in progress, assisted by the Asian Development Bank, and various other projects like the Nandi River Flood Control Project. Nandi River is one of the rivers in Fiji. So the Nandi town is located adjacent to the Nandi River. The town is also at a greater risk of damages, destruction caused by flash flooding. So the Nandi River Flood Control Project has been carried out together with the help of the Japanese corporation. Yeah, then the important one is education. I very strongly believe in the statement made by the late
Hello? Disconnected. Hello, Dr. Rafidas. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am continuing. I continue.
Okay.
I was on education, isn't it? Yeah. So, education, as I said earlier on, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So, I strongly believe that education can be used as one of the very effective and sustainable tools to help impacts of climate change all throughout the world. But since I am talking about Fiji, I will discuss on how the curriculum of education has been used as a tool to minimize the impacts of climate change. Climate change here in Fiji has been incorporated, has been made part of school curriculum, starting from primary school, secondary school, and even university. So climate change is also in secondary schools. We also have climate change related programs, postgraduate diploma in climate change, masters in adaptation and mitigation. We have these programs at 2 out of 3 universities that we have here. We have the climate related programs offered by the Fiji National University where I teach, and also at the University of the South Pacific, which has programs both graduate, masters, and PhD programs in climate change. So that is how the government and the universities here are trying to educate the people on how to minimize the impacts of climate change. And the government, together with the other organizations, NGOs that we have here in South Pacific, SBC, and reach climate change to help to make people aware of what can affect climate change. There is one other example, another adaptation plan is carried out in one of the villages named Ruandua village community. So that's something that to read each and every. There are some things have been done to minimize climate change on the Ruandua village community. They have tried to prohibit bush burning. They do not want banning forest fires to take place in the community, and ongoing plan to help minimize the impacts of climate change. They are trying to control the chopping. They are trying to avoid this, which is also an ongoing project. They are trying to compile a program for sustainable island development, to carry out sustainable development on that island without harming the environment totally. They have tried to create household rainwater collection systems, and it has been implemented in 2009, and it has been quite successful. And there are many other things that they have done in the village which you can see on your own, because I think do not have much time to go over each and every point. This is an example of a climate change adaptation project, local based climate change adaptation plan or project carried out on the Duandua Island community. And beside some of the regulations that the government of the Republic of the Fiji Islands has put into place to help minimize the impacts of climate change. The very first one is Fiji's Green Growth Framework. Yeah, Fiji's Green Growth Framework is trying to integrate environment and climate change for inclusive green growth. The government is trying to promote tree planting, and they have pledged to plant millions of trees by 2030. I will go a bit in detail afterwards. And the government has also come up with a 5 to 20 year development plan. They have come up with 5 to 20 year development plan on how to minimize the impacts of climate change, the role of the community, the role of the different communities in Fiji to help solve the problems of climate change that we are facing now. And the other policy framework that they have come up with is the National Action Plan, NAP. This document here contains information on how to carry out adaptation in the different sectors of the economy. Yes, this NAP, National Action Plan, has been developed by the government also, and it outlines how the different sectors of like tourism, agriculture, fisheries, forestry, how can they adapt to the rising incidences of climate change? How can they minimize the impacts of climate change? And what is the role of the different stakeholders in trying to minimize the impacts of climate change? The last one is 2021. A bill has been passed by the Parliament of Fiji, by the government of Fiji in 2021, which was last year, and it is a legal framework which enables the country's mitigation, adaptation, and disaster risk management actions. So this document here, the climate change bill of 2021, has got the legal framework, outlines the rules and regulations that each and every individual and different organizations, businesses need to follow. And failure to follow the rules and regulations mentioned in the climate change bill will lead to serious consequences, fines and imprisonment. So these are some of the seven or 7
disconnected. Hello, Dr. Rafinez.
Sorry, the connection is not so good today. Yeah, I'm on the last slide, but I'm about to finish.
Okay.
zero.
So, Dr. Agnes, your not clear. Hello. Sorry, Dr. Rafinus, your voice is not clear.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Okay. Okay, you can share in your.
I was on the last. I was on the last slide.
Okay.
Yeah, conclusion. So, like I said, we have already planted. We have already planted 12.5 million trees. That includes mangrove forest also, and the government of Fiji is trying to help in the tree planting campaign by providing financial assistance of $3.3 million to help restore the plants that have been damaged. And we have a target of planting 30 million trees in 15 years. 30 million trees, the government together with the public has a target of planting 30 million trees in Fiji in the next 15 years. So that is how we are trying to minimize the impacts of climate change. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rafinus, for your very good presentation about the climate change adaptation, and he's has shared for the climate change adaptation in Fiji. Okay, now we can move to the discussion or question answer. And I would like to invite participant in this room first, and then in the Zoom meeting room. If you have any question related to the presentation of all speakers, you can raise your hand and introduce yourself. Okay, we can start from the right here, right side. Yeah, okay.
First of all, thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah.
I would like to ask each keynote speaker, start from Mr. Michael from Germany.
Okay.
First question is, I mentioned you say application of environment. As we know, in Indonesia, especially for arwana, live in the peatland, in the peatland. But the other side, the government have another program about the peatland, which is the peatland want to improve the agriculture activities. And what's your opinion about it? Because with the water in the peatland, the color of arwana is more colorful. Okay, so what is the win-win solution? Yeah, what is the win-win solution? Is the agriculture of we keep the peatland for community of arwana? Where is the more economically for the society, especially in the East Kalimantan and in other area of Indonesia? That's the question for you. And the other question is about arwana. One problem when we want to accelerate arwana for commodity from Indonesia is our society is now common popular with the status of arwana. A lot of arwana in the endangered status. So what's your opinion about that? How we can education our society about the status of species arwana? That's for you, Mr. Michael. Thank you. And the next question for Ms. To Mr. Mitchell from Brazil. Okay. To Mr. Mitchell, I would like to ask, is it possible when we want to explore our watershed area with agriculture activities? What is your opinion? Because as we know, Brazil have, I don't know, in the Brazil have a unique river like Amazon that we have keep conserving the forest, not like in Indonesia where the watershed is moved to settlement for the society. I think is for you. What is the suggestion about that? Is it possible for agriculture in watershed area? I think it's enough for you.
Watershed area and agriculture for what?
Yeah.
What is you mean? Watershed area and agriculture for what?
For to keep our forests.
Okay.
Because the main problem in Indonesia about watershed changing to settlement area. So we want to learn from government, Brazil government, how they keep the forest in the watershed beside the river. Thank you. And the last question for Mr. Rohit. I mentioned Mr. Rohit, from the solution, what the fastest one that can we adopt to minimize impact from climate change? Because as we know, Jakarta and Lamongan have no more time for face the climate change. I mentioned the Greta Thunberg say if we not fast, we are in the mass extinction. So what the fastest one that can be adopted for face the climate change? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Okay, any one more question from the left side? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Muhammad Al Musbah from Geography Department, Universitas Makassar. So my question is addressed to Dr. Rafinesh. How about the impact of the climate change to the human, especially to the human characteristic who live in one community? Does it possible climate change have an impact to one community, especially to the people who live in one community? I think that's all.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we can move to in Zoom meeting room. Is there any question in Zoom meeting room, in audience, in our participant in Zoom meeting? Okay, I think while we wait for the question, I think we can go to the question for the first. What's your name? Fadil. From Fadil. Hello, Dr. Mikhail Wolrad. Okay. Hello.
Yes. Hello. Hello. Yeah.
Mr. Fadil asked you about the arowana in Fitland area, and he said arowana have characteristics in more colorful than other area. So what about your opinion about that, and what about the also about the economization for the arowana there? Okay.
Yes. On that, first off, thank you for the questions. The question with peatland, or the conflict with peatland, creates a very interesting situation, and I think in this term the peatland conservation is pretty wins, because it's also seen as a climate change carbon sink globally, but and that would be also beneficial for the wild arowana population. But locally, of course, you have the always the conversion into farmland. Also, peatland, for example, can improve the lives if you drain it, because there's less mosquitoes and stuff. So there will be eventually that will reach a balance, I think. But what I mentioned in my presentation was the taxonomic battle, because as it is, you can say parts of the arowana populations living in peatlands, you can basically sacrifice them, because there's many more different arowanas out there, and the color doesn't count. If you go after the new taxonomy, where each color is its own species, that makes each species more rare, and therefore it would be harder to make sort of the sacrifice argument there. So it's if you go after the new taxonomy, then the arowana is clearly would be more worthy to protect. And I go jump right into your next question, which was the arowana is a protected species, and that is partially it is a self-propelling mechanism because, like I said, the whole commodification process is driven by the government. And last year, the super red arowana became a national symbol in Indonesia. So soon, also you will see it on your passport, for example. It will become kind of like famous, like the Raffles flower, because it's the commodification process makes it so valuable, and so it popularizes the species. But the protection status is also a little bit diminished by it, because what is also discussed is if you would go out now, there are many arowana breeders. If you count all the arowanas, there's now, because of the commodification, more arowanas than before. So, of course, in traditional conservation, all the arowanas that are created through human activity, they don't count for biodiversity issues. But that is something that is discussed, because if you have a lot of arowanas that exist but are not in the wild, maybe that is something that people will argue makes the conservation effort sort of superfluous. So I hope that answers your questions, and yeah, thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much. So what about the economic value of the arowana in the peatland area?
Oh, yes, of course. That's the particularly the red ones. That's the most valuable one. That's all the Kapuas River, and there you have also a lot of peatland. So that's the very much protected one where you have lots of conflict. But there's other colors like the green one from Sumatra, or in Papua you have a black variety. There it's much harder to make the same kind of conservation argument. So I think if they want to convert the peatland into something else, then it would be very much possible there, simply because these varieties of arowana they don't have the same economic value as the red variety in Kalimantan. That would be the nuance there.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Michael Warrat. And then we can move to the Dr. Michelle. Okay, there are questions for you from the audience. Is it possible for area and agriculture to keep the forest?
I don't hear.
It's possible. Is it possible if watershed and watershed area and agriculture area keep by the forest? That's right. Hello, Adi. Hey, that's your question. How the Brazil can keep the watershed area and agriculture area?
Okay.
Go ahead.
There's a difference in considering the landscapes in Indonesia and Brazil, but the method performs in both. I think that it's possible, considering the relevance of agriculture and the dynamism of the activity in Brazil, we can achieve these results. We can observe forests, we can observe crop types, but there's a need to test in the Indonesia landscape but my think is that it is possible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for Dr. Michel for your answer.
Okay, I hope that
Yeah.
my answer addressed the issue.
Okay. Okay. Next, we can move to the Dr. Rohit Ravineth Rohit.
Yes, Pa, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
There are two questions from the audience here. The first is what is the faster adaptation or solution to minimize climate change? Like in urban city like in Jakarta, or maybe there are a case study from your country. What is the faster adaptation, and then faster adaptation, and then the second question is from the Ali Isba. How about the impact climate change to community?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yes. Yeah. Thank you for the questions. Actually, I was not able to hear the questions when he asked, but now I can get it clear, loud and clear. So the first question is is about what is the fastest method of adaptation in urban cities, right? Is that correct? Yeah. Fastest method of climate change adaptation in urban areas or towns and cities. That depends on the location of the towns and cities, I would say. Like, for example, in Fiji, as I said, Fiji and Indonesia are quite similar in terms of their location, which is surrounded by the sea in the ocean. Island countries, both are island countries. So the towns and cities in Fiji, the two cities that we have are mostly located close to the sea. Suva city, which is the capital city here in Fiji, is located next to the sea, and so is the second largest city, which is the Lautoka city. So in these cities, to be able to minimize the impacts of climate change, I think the fastest adaptation method would be to make a seawall. That will be the short term, or that will be one of the fastest methods of mitigation. Though this construction of the seawall is not going to be very effective, but I think that is going to be the fastest method, fastest thing, quickest method of adaptation, because it will, to some extent, try to prevent the salt water from coming in and affecting the town and cities. And in the long run, these towns and cities will be related. For a short-term solution will be to construct a seawall. I'm talking about the cities which we have here in Fiji, which are close to the sea. Short-term construction of seawall to avoid saltwater intrusion, and the long-term solution will be to relocate the cities, just like the president of Indonesia is trying to relocate the city, Jakarta city, to Kalimantan, I guess. So I think that is going to be what needs to be done here in Fiji also. And the other thing I think which can be done, but it will take some time, is to educate people on the harms, dangers, threats or posed by climate change, so that they do not indulge in activities which will lead to an increase in global warming, climate change, and sea level rise, which will affect everybody as a whole. And the second question was on the impacts of climate change on the community, on the people. Yeah, here in Fiji, the impact on the community is in the form of a decline in agricultural productivity. As the salt water is coming in on land, agricultural land is unsuitable for farming. So due to that, agricultural productivity declines and people do not have enough to eat. Besides that, due to the rapid changes in the weather and climatic conditions, we have an increase in there has been an increase in the incidences of diseases and outbreaks like typhoid, malaria, measles, diarrhea. These waterborne diseases are on the rise, which is affecting the local community due to the sudden changes in the weather conditions, the temperature, which leads to either excessive rain or shortage of rainfall. If there is excessive rainfall, there is flooding, which contaminates fresh water, drinking water, and then people suffer from diarrhea, typhoid, dysentery. These are some of the impacts. There are many more, but these are some of the very common ones that we have here in Fiji. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Rafinus for your nice answer. Okay, I would like to open again one more question. Yeah, okay, please. Mention your name and who speaker you want to ask.
Thank you very much for the opportunity that you give, sir. I want to ask a question.
Sorry, what's your name?
Iqbal.
Iqbal, okay.
I want question to Mr. Michael from Germany.
Okay, Mr. Michael.
As we can see on your PPT that you just brought, red marijuana costs $300,000. I'm gonna ask you that why does it cost so expensive, and can you explain what is the benefit of red marijuana and why we need to cultivate it? Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other question again? Yeah. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you for opportunity for me. My name is Dewi Rahmayana from Turkey. My question to Mr. Dak.
Sorry, your name, please. Sorry,
Dewi Rahmayana.
Ria.
Dewi Rahmayana.
Ria Rahmayana. Okay.
My question is for Mr. Darko. We know that.
Sorry. Maybe for Professor Evan cannot be joined the. Now he just sending the video recording for presentation. Okay, maybe to other speaker. Yeah, okay, Rafinus. Dr. Rafinus.
Yes, we know that the development of our routing can be impact to water pollution. Okay, this my question is how to balance water pollution so that development can contribute down thickness causing water pollution.
Sorry, water pollution. What?
Water pollution.
What is the?
Less development.
Okay. I think I will back to the speaker. Dr. Mikhail Warat, are you still there?
Yes, of course.
Okay. There are two questions for you from the audience. From Mr. Iqbal. He want to know why the arowana is high And the second, what is the benefit of the red arowana species? Maybe you can answer the question.
Yes. Okay. First off, thank you again for the good questions. First of the high prices. The high prices are really it's purely symbolic and aesthetic, and there's no special benefit that the red arowana has. It's a regular fish. That's the crazy thing about it. It's there's nothing special about the red one in and of itself, but people make a big deal out of it, especially Chinese people. For them, red is cultural, very, very important. So they want the red color. They also want the big fish. So if you look at the history of it a little bit, they first started with there's a golden arowana type, then a silver one. All these different colors had a little bit of a boom period where they were really in high demand, and people tried to buy them. But now they have the red one, and the red one is really stable, simply because of cultural values that the in this case Chinese people want. But in Indonesia, in Indonesia itself, this symbolism doesn't really play much of a role. People in Indonesia, they do it. For them, it's valuable because they can make a job out of it. They can make an investment out of it. One of the people I talked to who bought these fish basically explained it very nicely. Every fish I buy, it's like a bank account, and I feed my bank account food, and then it will grow. So they can make a job out of it. It's purely economical, but in and of itself, it's cultural symbolism that makes the fish valuable. In and of itself, there's no benefit towards. It doesn't matter if the fish is red, green, or whatever color. It's purely aesthetic. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Michael Worat. I think we can move to the Dr. Rafinas Rohit Prasad. There are one question for you.
Yeah, Pak, I'm here.
Okay, the question how to deal the one of the environmental sustainable issue that about the water pollution. All right, water pollution. Yeah. What? How to deal? How to deal it?
How to deal?
It's one of the environmental sustainability issue. How to dealing the water pollution that occurs in many maybe in many area or many place in the world.
How to deal with the problem of pollution, which is caused by which by so having incidents regular
Hello, Dr. Rafidas, are you still in the Zoom meeting? Hello. Oh, maybe he disconnected. Hello, Dr. Rafinus.
So, hear me now. Pak. Halo. Halo.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, your voice is not clear.
Clear now? Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, Pak. Yeah. There are two processes which I mentioned in my presentation. Is, freshwater is contaminated by salt to solve this problem of salt contamination of water, one of the solutions to avoid water from coming in. Once the water is already completed, that's one. The other one. Uh, uh,
Hello, Dr. Rafinus. Are you still there? Okay, I think we can move to the. I think because time is over now. It is and maybe we can close the section, and we would like to thank you very much for all speaker, Professor Dr. Ehwan Choriman and Michael Warrat, PhD, and Dr. Michel Sabas, and the last speaker also to Dr. Rafinus Rohit Prasad. Thank you for contribution and join to this conference, and hopefully we can meet again soon. Thank you very much, and thank you also for the all participants in this room and also in the Zoom meeting room. Thank you, and thank you again. We back to the master of ceremony.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Malik, PhD, for moderating this session. And we got a lot of information and insightful knowledge from our speakers today. So get applause for our speakers today. On behalf Committee of ICGEE 2022, Department of Geography, Universitas Negeri Makassar, we appreciate and thank you for having time to join to this conference. May we meet again in another event. And we would like to ask you to stay on screen because we would like to present the certificate to you all, the speakers and to moderator. We would like to invite the Honorable Mr. Ucha, PhD, as the head of Geography Department to present certificate. Mr. Ucha, Please welcome to stage. Oh, maybe Chairman of ICGEE 2022 can present certificate to our speakers and moderate. Please welcome to stage.
Thank you very much. As a chairman of International Conference on Geoscience and Environment and Education, I present these certificates of appreciations proudly awarded to Professor Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan Toriman as a keynote speaker today. It's a pleasure to have you in this conference, and we really thank you very much. On behalf of organizing committee, participant, and presenter, we very thank for Professor Muhammad Ikhwan. And the second, I would also appreciate giving the certificate of appreciation for Michael Worat, PhD, as a keynote speaker in International Conference on Geoscience, Environment, and Education. Thank you very much. And the next, the certificate of appreciation proudly awarded to Dr. Michel Chaves from Brazil as a keynote speaker in International Conference on Geoscience, Environment, and Education. Thank you very much. And last but not least, certificates of appreciation for Rapines Rohit Prasad, PhD, as a keynote speaker from Fiji in International Conference on Geoscience, Environment, and Education. Thank you very much for involving in this international seminar. And most importantly, also the committee give the certificates of appreciation for Abdul Malik, STEM, MSE, PhD, as our amazing moderator today in International Conference on Geoscience, Environment, and Education. Thank you very much, sir, for helping us, for organizing us in this conference. Thank you, and back to the Master of Ceremony.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rais Abidin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are on break time. But before we break, there is some information that we will share to you about parallel session. Please pay attention. Parallel session start 1 p.m. All presenters are expected to be in the breakout room on time. You can see your room and the schedule that have given to you. Presenter rename account by format room's name underscore code underscore first presenter name. Example, alpha underscore 001-002 underscore Henry Rakwasa. And all participants have to join in the breakout room. If participants want to get certificate, participants have to fill online presence that will be given in the chat room. That's all for our information. I am Aulia Ziti Ananda as moderator. That's all for the opening ceremony. Thank you for all the participants. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you. Best regards.
Also from me, thank you very much.
Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, I will invite Mr. Ucha, Mr. Abdul Malik, all the lecturer and participant to get a photo.
Ya, izin Bapak Ibu, tolong raise hand yang sebagai presenter supaya kita mudah untuk memasukkan ke roomnya masing-masing. Ya. Beta, berarti beta. Beta.
Mohon maaf, Ibu Dwi Rahmayana, ruangan mana?
Aktifkan dulu anunya. Mereka
Oh ya, bisa nih Kak.
Musbah, saya kirimkan Miko PPT ku nah, karena laptopku juga. Iya.